Alright, time for some Mabinogi. So let's get Xanafied Cat's dailies done. We have 2 daily quests. So we have the Worldly Courage daily, and we have to talk to Brielle in the Moonlight Room for that one. And then we have Crystal's Request daily. So we have to talk to Crystal in front of the Dumbarton Church. Alright, now we have a feather. Let's get rid of all these fish while I'm here. I have to drop these. Okay, so let's go into the wardrobe, and then we'll pick up our daily from Brielle as well. So we need to find the Dreamy Sugar and the Faded Page 3. So Chio has the mini games for these items. Let's find the sugar first. So we're looking for a puppet with a jointed knee, or less moss on his face, or no mushrooms on his arm. So it's not you or you. Let's see. Okay, so those 2 rows are fine. Let's check over here next. Okay, next row. Wait a minute. No, those are all fine. Well, these all look fine. Okay, so I obviously missed him. So, no big deal, we just have to start over. So, moss on the face. Mushrooms on the wrist and the knee. Okay. So, I know what I'm looking for. Yeah, these guys look fine. I might be looking for one with the jointed knee, because almost all these guys look the same, and I may have overlooked that. Oh wait, less moss on the face. Okay, it's this one. Yeah, sometimes this one just takes a while. It only took a little over 5 minutes. That's not too bad. And then let's find the faded pages. And then talk to the doll to begin. And then we need to go over here, because the next bookshelf we need to get is on the right side. And already done. So once you memorize like the ghost's pattern and everything, like, it's really easy. Okay, so let's turn this in. And we still have Crystal's request to finish. So I'm gonna need my shuriken for this one. So we'll leave all the orbs glowing first, and then look at them. Okay. That one. That one. Okay, nod pages. And let's try yellow and blue. Okay, that's gonna guess green. Okay. Now we'll try these two. That's gonna guess red. And done. And now we have the restored pages, and we take these to Crystal. So we'll talk to Pinot and have him send us to Dumbarton. Okay, so how many coins do we have now? Where are my coins at? Okay, so we have 37 coins at the moment. And I'll be right back. Okay, so time to do some stuff with Xanafiedneko. So today I'm going to be teaching Xanafiedneko the Chainblade talent. And we're going to be getting a couple of other quests out of the way too. And we'll probably start Gen 1 with him on Monday. So, let's see if he can rebirth right now. I don't think he can. Yeah, so we'll use a rebirth potion. And I'm going to rebirth him into the Chainblade talent so we can get the quest line for that started. So, chain slash. And it has like 13 skills that you can learn. We'll be learning around 9 or 10 of them from the tutorial. There's a couple of them that are locked behind certain quests. Okay, so let's take a look at skills. Maybe I should actually buy a chain blade and equip it to get the quest. Okay, so yeah, equipping a chain blade gets you the quest line. So we need to talk to Duncan. There are like 5 different quests I have to talk to Duncan for, so who knows which one will get checked off when we talk to him. Probably gonna have to talk to him more than once. Okay, this is any unrelated quest. So let's talk to him again. Yeah, that one's about something else too. That one's about renown. Okay, this is it. So talk to Endelin about it. And let's see what quests we got checked off here by talking to him. Okay, so that one and that one. So let's go talk to Endelin next. I'm pretty sure she has voice acting now too. Let's see if she says anything. Yeah, the NPC voices are a little low, but I definitely heard something. I'll have to go into the options and turn that up a bit. for now we're doing this. So talk to Lazar at the Tyrconale school. Okay, so we need to talk to someone outside the magic school. And if you have any trouble finding this NPC, you can use the NPC search. He's right at the top of the list. But he should just be right back here. So we need to drop this stone in Albi dungeon. And it's probably my me inventory. Yep, here it is. So drop that. Okay, RP mission. And near the beginning of the game, like shortly after you start, you will get like a chance to try out all the talents and a lot of their skills. But you can also try out some of the Chainblade skills here too. Playing as this character. Haven't seen cobweb mummies in a long time. Too bad this isn't an RP mission. For those who don't know, cobweb mummies are currently... I think they're currently impossible to encounter in Albi Dungeon due to a glitch. So it's very difficult to get them for transformation mastery now. Golden spiders. Fun. And these appear now being advanced, but you have to have like a party of like 3 or 4 players for them to appear. And now we need to go back and talk to that kid outside of the Turconail Magic School. And next we talk to Duncan. So now we know Dorcha Snatch. And we have our next quest. Okay, so talk to Merlin in the farmland area. Then talk to Starlet. And now we go drop this at LV Dungeon. Okay, so after that we go back and talk to Merlin. And now we can complete this. And we have this feather that will take us to Pika Dungeon, so let's use that. And then talk to Merlin near the Pika Dungeon Moongate. So there's the Moongate, and Pika Dungeon's right over here. So use that Mystic Pass. That's in your me inventory. So inspect the crystal. Alright, so inspect again. So just gather up some Dorcha. Alright, now we get to try out Chain Impale with our character this time. Okay, so now talk to Merlin. And now that quest is complete. And we have our next one. So we need to talk to Professor J. And then we get another pass. So let's return to the dungeon. And we get Chain Crush for finishing this quest. And a Dorcha conversion. Okay, so here's the pass. Let's drop that. And then click on the crystal again. Okay, so this will be about Orchard conversion, so we can use that. And right now it consumes, rank 3, it consumes 56% of our HP and gives us a little bit of Dorcha. Once you get to rank 1 though, like the higher you get the rank, the less Dorcha it will consume. I mean the less health it will consume. And like when you get to rank 1, it only consumes half your health. But it is still a lot of health, so you do have to be a little careful while using it. Make sure you have potions or something. And now we'll be using Chain Crash. Alright, so now we talk to Merlin. And this quest is done. So we learn Dorcha Conversion and Chain Crush. So we have artifacts of being. So this is just to learn more Chainblade stuff. So don't worry about that one until you rank it up more. And let's talk to. We want the quest, the Chain Slash quest, A Twinkle in Time. So talk to Merlin. And let's take a look at our skills really quick. So there's Dorcha Conversion. Okay, so talk to Starlet. And now we need to talk to Area at the Dumbarton bookstore. So let's go there. That's at the bottom of page 1, Dumbarton. Okay, so read the journal. It's in your me inventory. And the great thing about Mabinogi is you can actually read the books. So there are 9 pages to this. And complete the quest. And then we have the quest, The Corrupted Memories, so talk to Merlin. So now we need to go back to Pika Dungeon. So it's at the bottom of page 2. And we get another dungeon pass. So back in we go to learn Anchor Rush. And there's a separate quest line for learning Spinning Slasher later. Okay, so you use Anchor Rush during combat. So just Anchor Rush to the glowing spots here. far. And then just get rid of all these monsters. Okay, so that quest is done. And we know... Okay, so now we have Anchor Rush, and we can learn Torture Conversion and Spinning Slasher later. I can put all my Chainblade skills here. So let's see. Let's put... these on the skill bar. And we have our next quest. So talk to Professor J. Then talk to Merlin. Okay, so now we need to talk to that strange boy at the magic school. Enter Conail, so let's go all the way back there. Because we gave him the stone earlier, I think, before we talked to the heroes. So now we need to go get it back. Okay, so we need to find a high quality stone. Okay, so deliver 1 holy water. Do I have a pet that has holy water? Yes, I do. Okay. So we don't need to worry about getting any of that. And you can get holy water from Endelyn by doing part-time jobs for her. So go to the Turconil Church and look at the sign right next to it to see what time the part-time job starts. And then you can get that as a reward for helping Endelyn out. Okay, so now we have a purified mana stone. And let's go back to Beacon. And deliver this to Merlin. And complete. And now we have the quest A Heart Delivered. So talk to Merlin again. And let's go back in the Pika dungeon. And doing this will help us learn Chain Sweep and... Okay, yeah, Chain Sweep. So, where's that pass at? Drop that. And talk to Starlet. Sometimes WASD movement is a little messed up down here, so you might need to click to move. And now we check out the crystal again. Okay, so let's get the mission started. Death Mark. This is one of the skills that we won't be able to learn right now, but we'll be able to learn it later. And now let's use Chain Sweep, so that's on F4. So Chain Sweep is a little similar to Kunai Storm. I mean, you press the skill button, then you just decide where you want to... all the enemies in the circle get hit, so it's a little similar. And then you can ask where you can learn the Death Mark. Alright, now we just defeat everything. Not important how you defeat them, I'm just taking them out with my basic attack because it's a little bit faster. I think we're almost done with this quest line. We have like 1 or 2 more things to do. And now we talk to Merlin. And then talk to Sarla outside the dungeon. So now we gain knowledge of the Chain Sweep skill. So where's that at? Alright, we're gonna put that on 5. And now we have the Bittersweet Memories. So talk to Starlit near the Turconail farmland. So back to Tur. So talk to Culinary Artist. And we need to gather 5 eggs and talk to him again. So the hens are at the Terraconale Church. Let's just unequip this for a second. Okay, we have 3. Four. And 5. 5 eggs. Okay, so deliver 5 large meat. Oh wait, just deliver large meat. Okay, so we only need one of those. So you can go to the grocery store in Terraconale, or you can bring out a food truck pet if you have one, and then open their shop. And let's see. And you can just buy one from here. That saves us a little time. Oh, now we need 1 chocolate. Okay. I have another food truck somewhere. Here we go. Bring that one out. Wait, okay. So that would be on... yeah, right here. So we want this item. And all this stuff is really cheap. This is just 100 gold. And now talk to Starlet. And we are done with this quest. So we have the next quest, the Moon's Shadow, so we need to talk to Area at the Dumbarton Bookstore. And I guess we have these feathers that can take us to Pika as well. Alright. Talk to Merlin. Alright, and we have another pass. Okay, so I'm just gonna spam Chain Crush, because that's usually pretty effective here. And now just normal attack should be enough. So I'll just spam Chain Crush for now, that does enough damage. Okay, so this should be the last quest. Alright, and we are done with all the quests for learning the first few Chainblade skills. There are like 3 more quests for a few more skills that we can get. But that'll be another day. There are like 3 skills left here. And let's put counter on here. Alright, so that's the Chainblade stuff. What should I have Xanafiedneko do next? Let's take a look at our quest list. I don't really feel like doing that one right now. There's a bunch of little missions I should clear. Okay, well, I'm going to give it some thought, and I will be back in a minute. Okay, and we're back. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna get these dumb tutorial quests done. So we just have this one. So let's go back to Chirconale. What's going on with this Moongate? That's weird. Huh, I've never encountered an issue like this before. The Peakum Dungeon Moongate appears to be broken at the moment. So we'll just go to the Albi Dungeon Moongate with the Traveler's Guide. Does this one work? Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure what the heck's going on there. Maybe that's a bug or something. Okay, so let's go over to Duncan's house. We'll get those tutorial quests out of the way. Then that tab will be gone. Just one less thing to worry about. Alright, let's get this done. Okay, so using Ice Bolt. Encounter. And then use Ice Bolt again. And then counter again. Oh, something went wrong there. Alright, let's try this again. Ice Bolt. Counter. Ice Bolt. Counter. There we go. Okay, so Ice Bolt. Counter. Ice Bolt. Counter. Ice Bolt. There we go. Okay, so attack, windmill, defense, attack. Okay, so smash, assault slash, windmill, defense, attack. So again, smash, Assault slash. Windmill. Defend. Attack. And then again, so smash. Assault slash. Windmill. Defend. Attack. And now it doesn't matter, just take out all the enemies. Okay, and we are done, so I think we just exit the mission. And now we can complete this. And we also gain knowledge of the Ice Bolt skill. So what? Let's see, what magic skills do we know? We know healing, we know magic mastery, and Ice Bolt. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna do too much on magic today. And let's finish up getting mimics and wisps. Okay, so wisps are easy to find. But I think for now we're gonna try going after mimics in Albi Dungeon. Oh, actually, this would be good for my healing skill, wouldn't it? Hang on. Let's heal that hen. Okay, so we're gonna do a couple of things before we get started hunting for mimics. I want to learn how to turn up the voices for the NPCs that talk a little bit, and also I need to move this anyway, so there are a couple reasons I need to go into options. Okay, so let's see. So voice volume. Yeah, let's turn that all the way up because I can barely hear what they're saying when it's when they're saying things outside of a conversation. We'll try that, and then the other thing I need to do is go over here to game, and where is the well, I'm pretty sure it might be this one. Let's try that. No, I still can't. I need to find the option that allows me to grab that and move it. Let's see here, just gotta poke around a bit. Oh, okay, here it is. Locked orchard gauge in place. Yeah, we'll reselect that after, but first I need it to move. I just need it a little bit more this way, so yeah, that'll do just fine. Okay, now we can lock that back into place. So under game, etc., and right down here. Alright, let's hope that does everything we need it to. And doesn't matter what we sacrifice, I guess. Let's just get in the dungeon. Okay, so mimics. That's what I'm hoping to find here, but that's up to the mimics. In the meantime, it'll be good for training up my chainblade stuff. New character. I've been playing the game for over 12 years. So yeah, Xanafiedneko is new. Just bats. Yeah, there's not really another MMO quite like Mabby. Has some pretty unique systems that make it fun and interesting even today. Oh yeah, I think I had a friend that played Domo for a while, and I tried it out for maybe a week or something like that, and it was an interesting game, but yeah, it was pretty dead. It does have a nice graphic style, though. I liked the world of Domo, it looks really nice. Yeah, I've tried a few different games over the years. I've tried getting into FF14 and a couple of other MMOs, but overall, Mabinogi is just the main one that I play, and I play a little bit of Tower Fantasy on the side and a couple other side games. And I don't know, about 10 years ago, I played Spiral Knights a lot. And that game is pretty much dead now, too. Okay, so I finally found some mimics. Let's see if we can finish up this transformation. Okay, that one has the key. One more point on mimics, and 2 mimics left. Let's hope we get lucky. This is also why I have a chain blade for taking him down. Yeah, Mabinogi has been doing pretty well since the second server merge. It was a good idea to merge the servers again, because realistically, Mabinogi does not have the players to... it just doesn't have enough players to make it worth keeping more than one server. It just keeps everyone divided. Like, we're a really small community as it is, and Mabinogi doesn't really get any advertising anywhere except for, like, there's like a small advertisement for it in like an anime, and there's like Steam, and that's pretty much the only 2 places like Mabinogi is really seen. Okay, boss room. And then we can hunt down wisps. I should use some of my Chainblade skills too. Okay, so there are wisps in dungeons, but I'm not gonna go there to find them. Wisps are in Duggold Isle on Spiral Hill, and they're also in the Garrick Hills area. So we have 2 places we can look for those. Golem area. Where are there golems? Man, it's been a long time since I've hunted down these monsters. There aren't any golems on Spiral Hill. Maybe there's some in the Garrick Hills area. Oh, here's an ancient wisp. Let's get this guy. Oh yeah, the CEO Island place. Yeah, that might have some. But those golems are a little dangerous. So I think I'll hunt in Spiral Hill and Garrick Hills first. And then if I have any trouble finding them, I'll go there last. Yeah, this ancient's tough. Okay, I'm just gonna use pets to kill him. Yeah, my pets are way stronger than I am. I've had this Fallen Fairy pet since, well, probably about 10 or 11 years, so it's an old one. Oh, no points yet. At least that ancient's gone. Okay, let's see if there's any more in this area. So, wisps. Ancient wolf, I don't want to fight you. Normal wisp, here we go. Oh, even a normal one can take a little damage. Okay, and we can take up some Chainblade skills. So let's level that, and that, and that. Okay, there's a sheep. Okay, here's a wisp. Excellent, 1 point. Wisps are one of the tougher early rank transformations to get. Mostly because they're either in difficult dungeons or not in too many places outside of dungeons. Okay, so a little bit of gold. And let's see if we can find another one. Oh, another ancient wisp. I'm surprised I didn't see this one at the top of the hill when I came here. But let's just kill them with pets. Yeah, Divine Link is pretty handy. I heard they're like making like a new Divine Link skill for lower level players, something that's sort of like Divine Link, just like something you get earlier on. I think that's out in Korea now. I don't think we have that here yet though. Oh, here's Wisp. Because I think it's gonna be something that's going to be they're gonna like update the blanded stuff again eventually. And I think that's when they'll introduce that like new thing. That new like Divine Link thing. Okay, Wisp's up here. Here's one. Oh, and I need more torcha. So let's do some normal attacks. And 3 points. Yeah, they do keep making some changes that makes Mabinogi a little overly easy in some ways. I mean, in the old days, everything was difficult. And now you can get to level 5k super fast and easy. I mean, I think it's good that we have a tutorial system, though. Like, now, but, like, I think the blinded tutorial system is fine as it currently is. I don't really think they need to change it again. Yeah, and now my main character can kill a bear on her own with her bare hands. I don't even need a weapon to take down a bear. But yeah, back then it was tougher. Yeah, my pets are... just about every pet I have is stronger than my new character right now. So I can just rely on them when I need to. But yeah, I started playing Mabinogi when elves and giants were out. So I started probably in like 2010, something like that. And then I kind of played off and on for like about 2 or 3 years. And then I had to take a break due to like school and other stuff. And then I came back and I've been here ever since. I used to play elf all the time in the old days, actually. Xanafiedneko is my first like elf main in like 12 or 15 years, so I haven't mained elf in forever. Oh yeah, alchemy's alright. I'm not a huge alchemy user, but it's a pretty good talent. Yeah, elves have good dexterity stats. That's gonna really help my chainblade skills. Okay, no more wisps are appearing. I'm gonna check out the Garrett Kills area next, because I think we still need 2 more points on those. Let's go to... Okay, we don't have any moon gates registered there, so I'm gonna have to use the guide, and we'll go to Fiat Dungeons Gate. And let's actually click on the gate so it gets marked on my map. Okay, wisps, where are ya? I know there's one or two of them out here. Oh, an ancient one. A lot of ancient wisps today. Okay, let's see if we can get a point on this guy. One more to go. Yeah, I haven't really encountered a lot of elf haters. Like, most people I talk to love elves. They've always been my favorite race. I just kind of did a human character and stuck with it for a while. But I'm happy to be playing as an elf again. And giants are also really underappreciated too. It's always been the giants that I've heard like people don't play as very often. Every time you see like a really good giant character, everyone loves them. Yeah, I've beaten all the generations with a human, but I haven't gotten to endgame with an elf before. So getting to endgame with an elf with this character will be a first. Okay, here's a wisp. Yeah, luckily there aren't too many hateful players that I've encountered. I mean, sometimes there's always going to be hateful players somewhere, but most that I've met are pretty nice. It might also depend on the channel, too. I know the community on every channel is a little different. Like, I started playing on Alexina from day one, and I've always been on Alexina. And when I came back, like, I always play on Channel 4. Even now, like, I'm on Channel 4. And, for the most part, the community is pretty friendly. Yeah, I don't know. I've never really socialized on Channel 1. Channel 1 has always just been a shopping channel to me. I usually just ignore chat on that and just do my shopping there and leave. Oh yeah, the fashion's always interesting. I'm probably more of a fashionogi than an actual like endgame type player. Like, I don't really do a lot of raids or anything like that. Even my main's gear isn't too great. I've just been playing a while and know where a lot of the stuff is. But like, I haven't really gotten into like raid content that much. I did do one of those field raids in Idia against one of those dragons. Had to do that to learn a lightning rod. So I've seen a couple of the dragons in Idia. Okay, so we are done with the rank E transformations, so let's advance Storcha Mastery. That'll give us 1 extra luck, and advance the Transformation Mastery skill. That's going to give 3 HP, 3 stamina, and 1 strength. I love the Transformation Mastery system. Not only does it give good stats for leveling it, but it's also really fun turning into like monsters and NPCs and stuff. Yeah, it is hard to do both. Fashion and gear are expensive. I don't have the time or money to do both of those. So I stick more to fashion, but But yeah, my main is like all the way through G25. So, I mean, that's good enough for me. Okay, so let's see the rank E transformations. So we need those guys. Oh, Plateau Wild Boars. I know where I can find those. So we need to go to Tailton. I just don't remember what the gate is called, but I'll poke around a little bit. Okay, so let's try the eastern gate first. And I think it might be the western one, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, it might be the western one that I want. Yeah, this is it. Okay, here are the boars I'm looking for. Yeah, it can be hard sometimes finding the time for to do everything in Mabinogi. There's just so much to do in this game. Like, it's a little overwhelming for a new player to come into Mabinogi because there's just so much to learn, so many options. Mabinogi does have like a nice art community though. Like there are a lot of really talented artists that are part of like groups on Facebook and a few other places that do really good art. I think it's cool that there's some artists here that can like do Mabinogi art and sell those for gold or real money. So that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, that'd be cool if you could make some money off of that. There are a few artists that look like they're really good at it, so... I've never really seen an MMO that has like an art community like this. I mean, I've heard that like people do that sort of thing for like FF14 too, but like I don't play that game very much at all, so I don't really know a lot about their art community. But yeah, Mabinogi is the first MMO that I've really played that's had a interesting art community like that. Yeah, Mabby is definitely a good place to start. There's so many interesting like fashion choices. Like our fashion system is pretty big. I'm not really sure which fashion system would be better, FF14's fashion system or Mabinogi's. But I have heard that like the FF14 fashion system does have like some limitations that players are unhappy with. But like Mabinogi, I mean, you can dress almost any way you want to. It's amazing the kind of, like, outfit choices you have, so it probably opens up a lot of really interesting projects for the artists. Yeah, they just, FF14 just has like a much bigger player base, so it probably would pay better just because they're not only more like clients, but the art they might pay more for the art too. I mean, Mabinogi, its player base is really small these days compared to other active MMOs. But I'm glad it's still alive. I don't know exactly what I'd do with all my free time without this game. But one thing that FF14 does better is their housing system. I've seen some like the housing designs in like FF14, and those are just way better. I mean, like, it's really hard to get a house in that game, but like actually design it, and the way you can like design it and stuff, that's like way better than Mabinogi's housing system. Yeah, that's part of the problem with Mabby is like when you first get into the game, it's just so confusing. Like, what do I start working on first? You know, like after the tutorial, there are just so many options. And it really helps to have like, it really helps to like know players to like get help. Like on my last human main on this account, like I got a lot of help from like friends and stuff that like pointed me in the right direction on what I should focus my skills on and stuff like that. And it really helped a lot because I had no idea what I was doing in Mabinogi at the time. And I almost quit too because it was overwhelming. I was like a totally lost player. Okay, have we collected all the points on these guys? Let's see, I think we just got them recently, didn't we? Okay, so now we need bears. How do I have a point on bears? Wait a minute, do... Oh, okay, I guess Burgundy bears count. Yeah, there aren't too many gaming communities where, like, a random player will just walk up to you and start helping you out. I've heard FF14 players are friendly like that, too. So it's nice to just be able to get some help once in a while from the community. I don't think Mabinogi would have survived this long without, like, the kind of community that we have. Like, that's definitely a big part of it. Yeah, I can't even remember all the players that I've helped, like, occasionally with my main character. Like, there have been people that have asked for all sorts of help, like, on all sorts of things, like, how do I do that transformation thing that you can do, or, you know, I need help with this dungeon, and, you know, if I have time, I'm always more than willing to help new players out. But when the Alexina community got a lot smaller, I decided to make a few YouTube videos as a way of helping out instead, because new players were all going to Now server, and there weren't as many players talking to each other there. Yeah, some players might try and use you for, like, free stuff or whatever. It's nice to be able to, you know, point a player in the right direction. But, yeah, keep an eye out for if they're just using you to get carried. The only place I don't mind carrying another player is, like, Bowel Dungeon at the end of G3. Because, like, I remember when I did that dungeon was really hard back then, because you can only go in with, like, only, like, 3 people can go in that dungeon, and it was pretty tough, and I got basically carried through most of that dungeon. Like, I did the best I could in it my first time doing it, but, like, I'm not sure if it's easier now. It probably is, but, like, I don't mind helping out players through something like that. Because I was carried through that dungeon practically. As long as I can see that, like, a player is at least trying and, like, willing to improve, you know, even if they're failing, then I still don't mind giving them a little bit of help. Yeah, it was a really tough place. I don't really like asking for help unless I have to, because I don't really want to, like, trouble anyone, you know? Like, it's... I know some people that definitely wouldn't mind helping, but at the same time, I don't want to be a burden unless I absolutely need help with something. But when I was doing Bowel Dungeon, there were also a couple other people, like, a couple of my other friends were, like, around the same point anyway, so it just kind of worked out. Like, we were all kind of more or less in the same spot in the story. And I think they've actually changed something for the Par Ruins too. Like, Oh, I didn't mean to attack the boar. Like, in the Par Ruins, you used to have to use a giant to get one of those icicles to kill the boss in, like, the Snowflake ruins to get the Mirror Witch to appear. And, like, now, anyone can get, like, a icicle if the boss uses Stomp. Like, there'll be, like, a icicle that humans can pick up to trigger the Mirror Witch boss. But, like, I got the Mirror Witch transformation before that update happened. And, like, my friend and I both wanted, like, the Mirror Witch transformation. And like, we both had, like, a giant that was a side character, so we both helped each other out by just, like, I got on my giant character and we went into the ruins and I helped her get her transformation, and then she got on her giant character so we could get to that boss, and then I got the Mirror Witch transformation. So it's nice that players can, like, work together and stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely, like, a kind of prideful player like that too. Like, I mean, like, I like doing things on my own. I mean, I've always been more of a, like, lone wolf type player when I can be, but I definitely value a lot of the friendships I've made in Mabinogi, and it's helped me accept the fact that sometimes you just gotta depend on others. And, like, it's okay to do it sometimes and still and still be a solo player. Yeah, what else is there to go after? Oh, wild boars are a pain in the butt. Let's go after those Physis foxes. Those are in the Vales area. Okay, so I need mana tunnels. Let's go to Vales. Oh, looks like the foxes are right down there. Yeah, and if I do have to depend on others too, one thing that kind of helps me feel better about it is, like, you know, it gives me a chance to talk with some of my old friends and stuff when I do have to ask them for help. And then I also think, like, I try and think of, like, I ask them, like, what are they working on, you know, and see where they're at in the game. And then if I think of anything that I can do, like, I offer to help out too. Like, hey, if you ever need help with this, you know, just ask me. You know, because I know that you're interested in this transformation, or, you know, you wanted to get that part done. So, like, if I ever ask for help, I also offer to help too when I can. Just to kind of that way it's less like it's less being completely dependent on another player or friend, and more like you're kind of offering to do them a favor to pay for their services. Oh, there's a lot of foxes up here. It also helps if, like, I'm hunting a really difficult transformation, and, like, I know that, like... I know that, like, there's a... So, like, if I know a friend needs, like, a transformation, and then, in, like, a dungeon or something, I'll look up, like, all the monsters in that dungeon. If there's something that I'm looking for there, too, like a transformation that I need to try and get points for, it just gives me even more reason to, like, volunteer to help. Because then can kill two birds with one stone. What else don't we have? Bandits are a pain to get. Ooh, penguins. Yeah, let's go into the Power Ruins. That's where I'm gonna go. Okay, Power Ruins. Where's that moon gate? Manatunnel, moon gates. I think it's in favorites. Let's see. Yeah, at the moment, no other MMO really catches my attention enough to put as much time into it as I put into Mabby. I am kind of curious about that Ashes of Creation MMO that's being worked on right now. I'm gonna check that out when it comes out. But for the moment, there aren't any like majorly interesting MMOs I want to invest a lot of time into. Man, I love this dungeon music. The Power Ruins is one of my favorite dungeons. Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of, like, new MMOs, is, like, sometimes they end up just being a massive failure. And that's part of the risk. I even played MapleStory 2 when that came out, and honestly, I think the reason why the NA version of MapleStory 2 failed was because Nexon just got greedy. Like, it came out, like, in October, and then the game was perfectly fine for, like, a couple months, and then in December they started putting in, like, gotcha this, gotcha that. Like, the game was actually fine. I mean, a few features needed improving, but, like, there wasn't anything majorly wrong with, like, the core game itself. And, like, honestly, Nexon just kind of ruined it. So sometimes it's the publisher or developer that ends up ruining the game, and sometimes it's just that the game isn't good. Oh, here are those penguins we need. I think it was both the community being toxic and, like, Nexon screwed up. Because, like, I think Nexon was partly responsible for making the community toxic with the way they handled things. Because, I mean, that game shut down in, like, it was only out for, like, 2-3 years before it shut down. It didn't last long. I think it's really sad. That game had a lot of potential. Another thing I really loved about MapleStory 2 was it had a really interesting music system. Like, the Bard system was very similar to Mabinogi's Bard system, just a little bit more advanced. And, like, I miss that. One thing I do wish they would do with Mabinogi is, in MapleStory 2, they had a lot of instruments, but they also had an ocarina instrument, and I kind of wish they would put that in Mabinogi. Like, that's an instrument we don't have. I've always really wanted to see that in this game. Yeah, I did read in the forums that there were some like issues with like the dungeons and stuff in MapleStory 2. But honestly, I think if the developers didn't screw up so bad, that was probably something that could have been fixed. But like, since they pissed off all their player base with the whole money thing, and making it just a total cash grab, they kind of killed themselves before they really got the chance to fix everything. Which way am I going here? Am I going this way? Yeah, I'm going this way. And I also know that CM Curios for MapleStory 2 came in like... I think he came in like after a couple of months as a CM, and he took over as CM. I think he probably did a really good job, because when our previous CM Cathers had to take some time off work for a couple of months, CM Curios managed the NA Mabby team, managed our community during the pet update, and he did a really good job on Mabinogi. Like, he really fit into the community really well. The pet update went very smoothly. A couple of things got fixed with some instruments, so I don't think he was the problem. I mean, Cathers was an okay CM, but like, she really didn't have the time to play Mabinogi anymore, and that was kind of part of the problem. Like, what was nice about having Curios was we had someone that was completely new to the game, so we not only, like, he got to look at the game not only from a player's perspective, but a CM's perspective as well. So like, you're never gonna know what the players want if you don't know what it's like to be a player, to play the game. And like, he did, and that's why he understood, like, oh yeah, I see how this and that is a problem, we should get that fixed. And those things got fixed, and that was good for the game. And now we have a new CM, Arciella. She says she has a lot of experience playing like MMOs and stuff, and she's definitely a big FF14 player. So I'm curious to see how well she'll work out in our community. So far, I think she's doing a pretty good job. But, like, only time will tell. But yeah, I'm happy we have someone new at least. Because, I mean, we can get another fresh perspective on the game from someone that's never played before. And I think that's important. We need people on the team that have never even heard of Mabinogi before to just, like, play the game and go, hey, this could be improved. I mean, it's been proven that that's, like, a successful way to make the community last, because, like, that's why FF14 is in the position that it's in today, is, like, the creator of the game actually plays his game and listens to his community. And, like, the game is really successful for the most part, so he must be doing something right. And that's, like, what other, like, creators of MMOs need to do. We need people that, like, understand the game. It can't just be a job, it can't just be a project that the team doesn't actually play. You know, it's one thing to install updates, but it's another thing to actually understand it from a player's perspective. Okay, so I think we finished getting those penguins. Where are those penguins at? Oh, penguins are rank C. Crap, I came here too early. Oops. Oh well. At least they're easy. I could go in Fjord Dungeon to get those wild boars, but I really don't want to do that today. Let's go after Shadow Fighters next. I'm gonna go after Shadow Fighters next. That's what I'm gonna do. Let's go to... yeah, we'll go to here. Do the Crag Cow mission that has Shadow Fighters. Yeah, I mean, it's important to have like content for both. Like, endgame players actually need good content, and so do new players. I do think Mabinogi does a good job with, like, events for the most part, and making them pretty fair to everyone. But, like, I remember when Veteran Dungeons came out, and, like, those were pretty bad because the reward chests at the end were still crap, and, like, it wasn't anything different. They just, like, buffed up the monsters a lot, and, like, that was it. And it was just a really bad, like, update. I am really happy about the commerce update that happened recently. I was one of the players in the forums suggesting, like, Idiot Commerce for years before it came out. And I'm really pleased with that because the commerce system is a wonderful system, but it was just getting way too stale. Just doing all the trading posts in ULAD. So I mean, I admit not everything about the commerce update is perfect, but it's a lot better. I like most of the changes that came from that. Okay, here's some shadow fighters. These archers are a pain in the ass. Just to be clear, it is shadow fighters I need, right? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, commerce just sort of depends on, like, what it is you exactly want. It's probably not the best, like, gold-making method, but there's some other advantages to it. It's a hard system to get into, is what I think. Like, until you get the horse wagon mount, it's kind of a lot of grind and a big time investment. But, like, once you get, like, the horse wagon thing, everything gets way easier. And it's a lot of fun. Like, I'm mostly just doing it on my main character. I'm doing a lot of bounty hunting these days. I'm trying to finish getting the horrifying Herbert transformation. Man, one thing I really miss is the Nako Commerce event. I think we had that event like twice. I hope they bring that back one day. That had like the red bandits that would like spawn in front of like each major town. And you could do those like red bandit raid things. And you could get like red bandit badges and like trade those for like a lot of ducats and stuff. That'd be a fun event to bring back. And it also had some pretty cool, like, event items that you could get, like, for your homestead and stuff like that. Okay, I need one more point on Shadow Fighters. Okay, where's that growl coming from? There you are, you ugly creature. Seems like we're getting more and more AFK events these days, but the only AFK events that I like are the fishing events. There are a lot of events where you just don't do as much as you used to. Okay, we'll do this mission one more time because I need one more point on those Shadow Fighters. Yeah, drawing is drawing is a lot of work. It's definitely not something I could ever get into. I never really could draw that well. Takes a long time and I just don't have the hands for it. Oh sweet, we finished this transformation so we can just exit the mission now, and then... But yeah, some of the details that like some of the people do in like the Mabby art community and other art communities are just like incredible. Like I think, geez, that would take forever. I guess it also depends on how you're learning, like how to like draw and stuff too. Like, it can be self-taught, or maybe you're just like learning from a friend or a teacher or something. Man, there was like I don't know. There were a lot of art teachers I didn't like though when I was in school. I liked one art teacher that was really good at drawing. She had a very like open style of like art teaching. Other art teachers were always really strict and stupid. Yeah, it can be hard if it's all like self-taught and stuff. I mean, it's worth the experience. I mean, you can get there eventually, but yeah, it's a lot harder when like all you have is the, you know, the internet, like looking up tutorials and stuff and checking out like art books and things like that. It can be a lot harder self-taught because you don't have a compass. You just have to kind of poke around and figure it out, and then learn it on your own. Just don't be afraid to, like, get your art out there, though, you know, like, post some of your early work in some of the Mabinogi groups and stuff, and, like, see what people think. Okay, so what transformation are we gonna go after next? Well, I mean, we all have to start somewhere, you know, like, I think it could be helpful to, like, get the feedback, like, we all start out somewhat from the beginning, you know, when we're learning a new skill, so it's nothing to really be ashamed of. And a lot of people in the Mabinogi community are pretty nice, so, you know, just let them know that you're new to it, and a lot of people will probably be really supportive. The remaining transformations are all really annoying to go after. Where do I find gremlins again? They can be found in just about any dungeon. Okay, so I think we're gonna do Berry Dungeon in Bangor, because then I can find imps really easily. There's a lot of imps in that dungeon. So let's go there. I'm gonna go to Morva Isle. Where's Morva Isle? Here it is, top of the list. And favorites. Man, that's sad. Like, yeah, I've definitely met one or two, like, bad guys in this community, but, like, my advice is don't let it get you down. I mean, like, if someone's just being a pain in the butt, just ignore them, because they don't really matter. There have definitely been a lot of times, and not just this game, but a couple of others, where they're just, like, rude players, and, like, I always just avoid them and, you know, not let it bother me, because, you know, they're probably just having a bad day or just being pissy for some silly reason or whatever. And, you know, like, either way, it's not my problem, and it's not really worth my time, you know. I try not to let people, you know, get me down like that anymore. Negative criticism just happens. Yeah, the block feature is nice. I think they actually improved it a little bit for, like, blacklisting people. Because, like, before they improved it, like, even if you had someone blacklisted, they could still note you in the game and stuff like that to harass you. I think they fixed that. Okay, let's turn that off until we find the imps. And then... Yeah, there's just like a lot of players that will act really like immaturely online, like in games and stuff, because they know they can get away with it. You know, I mean, like online is, you know, people can get away with pretty much as almost anything they want because they can remain anonymous, and it just makes it a bad and toxic place for bullying. Kind of a shame. Let's bring out a good pet here. Who do I have that can help me out? Oh, those are imps. I got to change the party thing. One point. And 2, no point for that one. Two points, excellent. I don't have any now soul stones left, do I? Okay. So we're just gonna be really careful not to die then. And then switch. Yeah, it's amazing how many players can like get away with saying whatever they want in game chat. Like, you can report someone, but like, in most cases, nothing is really gonna happen. Surprisingly, like, I've been around Mabinogi for a while, just standing in areas, and like, people will chat about just about anything, no matter how appropriate or inappropriate it is, and none of them ever get banned. But I mean, it is a lot of, it is a lot of work. Like, there are a lot of players, and the dev team is only a certain size, so they can't get to everyone, but I mean, it's easier to get banned on the Mabinogi forums than it is to get banned in-game, honestly. Oh good, I still have some more now things. Yeah, the team did nothing because like they just, you know, even if you supply like a lot of evidence, it's just a pain in the butt for them to like ban someone else, and they just kind of hope that most of these disputes will resolve themselves, which isn't always great. But I mean, it's really easy to get banned in the forums. I mean, if you just piss off one like forum moderator or anyone in the forums, you know, if the community clearly hates your gut, they'll just permaban you. They don't care. I've seen a lot of people got permabanned, and some people kind of deserved it, and some people only deserved it maybe a little bit, and some people didn't deserve it at all. It just kind of depends. But yeah, it's real easy to get banned there. Oh, you cheap little imp. Attacking me with lightning bolts. Come on, get over here. There we go. And it's like that for most MMOs too. I've heard it's really easy to get banned for being toxic in like FF14, but like in most MMOs, you can say almost anything you want, and in like unless someone has a screenshot, then chances are nothing's gonna happen to you. And even if they do have a screenshot, chances are nothing's gonna happen to you. At least not like in game. I mean, you basically have to deliberately be like a major pain in the butt, harassing everyone and just being as rude as you can to get banned from a game sometimes. Like, it really takes a lot. Build that door shut a little bit. Yeah, you spiders can't do anything. Ah, crap. Multiple. Alright, there we go. Oh, we have imps again. Nice. And how many now things we got left? Plenty. Okay, we'll just put these guys to sleep and then wait for my pet summons to come in and kill them all. One more point to go on those imps. Oh, I definitely want that red gem. Let's see. The store. That door. Oh, I should probably be seeing if I can advance any of my Chainblade skills. Take up Combat Mastery, take up Blunt Mastery, take up Critical Hit, and what else? Anything else? Okay, let's take a look at Chain. Let's take up that too. And the imps. Ah, crap. Okay, and we got the transformation. Get the hell out of this dungeon. Okay, so now we have the imps done. I think we can get these guys outside of Bangor. Let's go there. Oh, that's right. They moved the Bangor Moon Gate actually inside of Bangor. Okay, so I think these bandit ones count. Yeah, I heard about them planning on moving that moon gate inside of Bangor, and they, I guess they did. It's like no longer out here, outside the entrance anymore. It's like right next to the commerce tent in there. That's I haven't been to that moon gate. Like the last time I went to the Bangor moon gate, it was still outside, but I use the Morva Isle one more often than I use the Bangor one. But yeah, they've moved it inside now, I guess. Okay, so where are those bandits at? Let's go over here. Here you are. Let's see if these guys count. Yeah, these will count. I mean, like, I try and be as active as I can be in Mabinogi. Another reason why I decided to create a side character was I realized I wasn't playing that much either. Like, I was getting on for the AFK events, you know, doing the bare minimum, but, like, I wasn't really playing the game anymore. And that went on for, like, 2 years, and then I was like, well, it's finally time to make a new character. So I'll just make a YouTube character, and then I did that. And then I was like, well, I'm gonna start streaming, so if I'm gonna start streaming, I'm gonna start from scratch and do an elf character for that. So now I'm actually playing the game again, and I don't mind hunting for transformations over and over again. I love transformations. Collecting them is one of my favorite things to do. Oh, is this fatty an ancient? Yeah, this fat one's an ancient. At least I think he is. Has a lot of health. I mean, there are some things I can definitely say I never want to play a Mabinogi again, like parts in the story. There are like a couple of missions and stuff where I go, oh god, not this again. That I'm happy or that I'm over with, but yeah, I can see how it definitely is a little difficult starting from the beginning again. And like yesterday we got that like chapter 1 update, so now people can replay through the chapters and you can do an instant complete for like 50,000 gold. I think that's kind of interesting. I like the jukebox item for homesteads. I'm glad we can finally change our homestead music. I haven't actually played like any story quests since that update, but I'm probably gonna get Xanafiedneko started on Gen 1 probably next week, like Monday or Tuesday or something. I mean, luckily in Mabinogi, you don't really need to play much story, if any. I mean, most players need to at least get through G3 before they can really do what most of the game has to offer, but after that you can be pretty much as chill as you want with like the rest of the story. With my last main, I beat like Gen 3, and then after that I didn't do like any story quests for like a year. And then like I finally got back in the story, then I did some of Gen 9 and then some of the other stuff, and I just did it whenever I felt like it. Okay, so we have this transformation. Yeah, that's why I'm like waiting on the story. Like I've already gotten like I've already finished the ninja story and the martial arts story to learn all those skills and the chainblade stuff. I'm making sure that Xanafiedneko actually has what he needs before he gets into the story quests. Because you definitely don't want to go in without any experience at all. Gremlins. Gremlins can be found in almost any dungeon. I wonder if they'd be in CR dungeon then. They probably, well, they might be. I'll go there first. I'll see if they have any there. Yeah, it's important to realize in Mabby as soon as possible that that you need to get like a few basic like skills and talents and stuff. And it's also hard to know like what's the right talent to like start with too. You know, it's kind of hard to decide that for a new player. I get that. Like it's not easy to, you know, they don't know all that information. But like I think it's good to like start out with like close combat because you want to learn like smash, counter, defense, windmill, all that basic stuff, because you're gonna mix those up in your other talents anyways, like a little bit, and then like go from there. And like I think learning Chain Slash and Ninja are two really good talents to start learning because with Chain Slash, I mean, you have that like that boost once you like kill monsters for like a certain point, that boost that like regenerates all your health and stuff. That's helpful for new players. I think like Ninja's a good talent to learn fairly early too, because like you get Shadow Cloak out of it too. So if you're not playing an elf, or even if you are playing an elf, like that Shadow Cloak is very helpful to remove like enemy aggro early on. So that's kind of a nice skill to have. And the Ninja storyline really isn't that difficult either. Like everything in that is pretty easy. And short. Some of the Chainblade skills, though, are really annoying to learn. Like, I'm not looking forward to getting some of those skills. Like, there's like one of the skills you have to do like some Baltane unit stuff to like get like the item you need to get like the skill or whatever that I remember doing on my main, and like that's no fun. And then like getting Deathmark has like a few really annoying conditions. But overall, Chainblade is a pretty good talent. It's just like some of the more advanced skills are really a pain in the butt to get. Man, what are my favorite alchemy skills? I think I really like the rain casting one and the and life drain and flamethrower. I like having fun with those alchemy skills. I think those are probably my top 3 favorite ones. Oh yeah, Frozen Blast is alright too. But I mean, like, yeah, Flame Burst is a lot of, is one of my favorites. I mean, who doesn't love shooting out, like, a massive flamethrower at enemies? Like, it's just a really cool skill. It's just like fire. So I enjoy it a lot. Oh, I already went that way. I don't think there are any gremlins here. That's a shame. Alright, well then I'm gonna actually look it up. What dungeons specifically are they in? Because I'm not going to go around every dungeon poking around. Let's see. Okay, so they're mostly in Berry Dungeon then. Berry, Fiod, Coil. That's not very accurate in the transformation guide. They're not in most dungeons. They're only in like 3. Okay, so I guess we're going back to Berry Dungeon then. TOF is more of a like side game for me. I mean, it's fun, but I mean, it's a game that I don't really put any more than like an hour into a day. Just something to do. Okay, so I think I'm going to use one of these rebirth pots. And I think there's one skill I kind of want to get, so we're going to rebirth into one of the hero talents. I really like the level of exploration in like TOF. Like finding all those little things out in the open world. Like that's probably my favorite thing to do in that game. My favorite weapon is definitely Meryl's really big ice sword. Damn it, is it this guy? Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, that cube thing. Yeah, that's a really interesting fighting style. Yeah, I wanted to rebirth into that talent so I could get the pick that up. I wanted to get my hands on Crisis Escape because that's really effective at removing aggro. It says successfully. Okay, I guess I have to use it to successfully remove aggro. Alright, let's go over here. I'm gonna train this up a little bit before I actually go into another dungeon. Okay, foxes, get angry at me. There we go. Yeah, I've tried playing with like that cube power in TOF, and it kind of honestly makes me feel like I'm almost like an earthbender from like that Avatar series. Just like the way it like handles. Because it's not like direct hand-to-hand combat, but at the same time you're kind of, it kind of feels like you're moving like Earth to like attack and defend yourself. That's like the best way I can describe it. Yeah, I think it's kind of cool when like a game like captures like a feeling like that, because I mean like Toph is badass in Avatar, like being able to fight like an earthbender or like her, like that's something that'd be really cool in like an online game or something like that. Oh, that is pretty cool. Yeah, Toph is definitely like probably my favorite character in the entire series. If she isn't my favorite character, she's like my top 3 favorite characters easily. I'm kind of sad that Zuko never really got to have like a adventure with Toph. Like all the other characters got to have like their own like Zuko episode, and Toph didn't get to. I think that was kind of sad. I think that would have been really interesting to see putting those two together for like a solid 20 minutes. I would have been really interested to see like how they would have like done things with that. I also really like King Boomy. That's definitely one of my like other favorite characters. Yeah, he's definitely probably one of my favorites as well. Oh, Iroh. Yeah, everyone loves Iroh. Yeah, Iroh has like a lot of like really deep story. Yeah, I mean like he's both funny, powerful, and like he has like a really deep like sad story, and like just like his whole position in like the in like the royal family of the Fire Nation. Like it's just he's a really interesting character in so many ways. There's like yeah, he's gotten pretty far with his like sarcasm and wisdom and experience, but there's just so much depth to his character. I wasn't a very big fan of like the Korra series that came after. Like, that one wasn't quite as good. But I would definitely say that like my favorite arc in the Korra series was definitely the one about like the air nomads like coming back and like airbending being like brought back as like an element in general. And the short story about like the first Avatar. Those were like the two major strong points about the Korra series. And I think like after season 1, um, they kind of abandoned like pro bending. It just wasn't as it just wasn't seen as much anymore, and I think they kind of missed out on an opportunity like that. Pro bending was actually really interesting. Like that was something that was never really done in Avatar before, and like it had a lot of potential to go a lot further than it actually did. And I also think they didn't take the Amon story far enough, like the Amon and the Equalists, like they kind of branched off into like 3 other separate storylines after, but like the Equalists could have been the next Fire Nation. And I think that was a huge missed opportunity. I would have preferred to see like season 1 end with like Republic City falling and to the Equalists and like Korra like on the run. That would have been a lot more interesting than the other like side stories that we got. And it's not just like Amon too, like all non-benders in the series have always felt like oppressed and like put at a disadvantage with everything going on. It wasn't just like the Fire Nation wiping out the air nomads and abusing people. It was also that like non-benders felt totally powerless, so they made the perfect antagonist for like the Korra series with the Equalists and everything, because finally they had like a way to fight back, and they had like a real good storyline where they could use like people's hate for benders to their advantage to tell a really good story, and they just kind of threw it out too soon. They're actually, I think Netflix is gonna have like that live action Avatar series like later this year or something like that. I wonder how that project's going. I should actually search some YouTube videos on that later. Figure out what that's gonna do. I mean, they've been talking about that for like 2 years now, how they're gonna like do some sort of really awesome live action thing, and I think it's gonna be a massive flop. I think it's gonna be a failure. But like, I'm at least interested in it. I mean, like, a live action Avatar thing could be really, really, really good if it was done right, but I'm just worried that like someone's going to like mess it up. Like, honestly, a live-action Avatar series with the lore Avatar has, it could literally be, like, the next, like, Game of Thrones. Like, that was super popular when it came out for a long time until the story turned to shit. But, like, Avatar has that kind of potential, but the problem is that people want to change the story and tell it in their own way and, like, mess up some of the core elements, and, like, that's just going to ruin it. Probably. So, like, I would say there's over an 80% chance it'll be a failure. Just because of that. But it's kind of sad, though, because, like, it could actually work if, like, people knew what they were doing and respected the lore of the original series. Yeah, and making things Americanized is never a good idea. It never has been, it never will be. I mean, like, look at the Death Note movie that Netflix made. Like, Death Note is an insanely popular anime in Japan, and they've done a few Japanese live-action movies that were pretty bad, but not appallingly bad. And then Netflix tries doing their Americanized version of Death Note, and then it turns out to be like the biggest failure ever. Like, it's just so bad. I'm surprised I even got through the whole thing. Oh, I haven't checked out the Full Metal Alchemist live action thing. But yeah, I can't imagine it'd be very good. Like, other countries just do some things better than the US, and like, honestly, the US just needs to accept that. Like, stop trying to take Japan's ideas and like Americanize it. Like, that's not gonna work. Like, it never has worked and it never will. And to be completely honest, I mean, like, there have been a lot of new shows coming out, and like, most of them aren't even that good these days. There are a couple good shows coming out these days, but not many. Like, even like cartoons and stuff have gotten worse over the years. And like Cartoon Network has like fallen from its... Like, Cartoon Network used to be like a really great place back in like the 90s, and now it's just like a shell of its former self. Yeah, that would be kind of interesting if they did something like that. I mean, the biggest problem with like new shows and movies and stuff today is like all of the really cool ideas have been done before. So like what's going on now with like a lot of TV shows is people are out of like really interesting ideas, so they're taking things that happened over 10 years ago, like 15, 20 years ago, and they're just like making remakes, and they're just like trying to Americanize like certain Japanese things and things like that. They're taking ideas that are already out there and ruining them because they don't have any good ideas of their own anymore. But like, they don't really care if it's like a massive failure or not, as long as they can make money off of it. Like the original Ben 10 series, that one was an extremely interesting idea, and they made a few good series that slowly... I mean, like, the first one was the best, and then, like, the second one wasn't quite as good, and the third one, you know, it was time to quit. And then, like, all of a sudden, after this, after everything was done, they decided to just reboot the show. Like, the newest reboot for that show is, like, complete crap. Bad storylines, bad plots, and like the animation style is just really horrible. much longer on this skill? Okay, we're at 24 points. How many are we getting per transformation? 4? Okay. I think I'm gonna get it up one more rank and then that'll be good. Yeah, if you like the way your drawing turned out, then post it in like one of the Mabinogi groups. Like, I think it's really cool seeing like the artists there and stuff. Yeah, it can be kind of difficult, like, putting yourself out there sometimes. You know, like, just show it to a few friends for now, and then when you get a little bit more confident with your work, you know, like, but yeah, it definitely sounds like a lot of fun to, like, actually do that kind of stuff. There are some artists that I'm like friends with, and like they're just like, some of their work is incredible. I'm like, well, damn, I wish I could draw like that. I mean, it's amazing what some people can do. Yeah, I can see how it could be stressful because, like, you have to make sure that you don't, like, mess up or anything like that, and, like, you know, some people do have, like, a habit of pointing out, like, every little flaw they can find and stuff like that, so I think, like, the work could be, like, stressful, and, like, just, like, putting it out there could be, like, stressful. It's not easy to, like, do something like that. Yeah, it can kind of, it can definitely suck when, like, you're definitely, like, doing your best and, like, they're just, Like, and there's like a lot of criticism out there. There's like a lot of criticism that's healthy too, obviously. Like you need to find out what areas you need to improve in, you know, and you're gonna hear that from other people, but you know, too much of it can be stressful because everyone has to go at their own pace and it takes time to get there. Yeah, just go at your own pace. Like, don't worry too much like what other people think. Just make sure that you know you're open to listening to the positive criticism, and like and you know just but like take your time with it. Like the tortoise always crosses the finish line eventually, and there's you know I mean if there's no rush, then why rush it? Because if you rush it, then you're just going to stress yourself out and it's not worth it. And then you end up hating like the very thing that you were trying to enjoy. Yeah, it's kind of funny how like some people act like they can act like so judgmental about like something, and then it turns out like you know they don't have as much skill at it as you thought they did, you know. So it kind of bites them in the butt. They spend all that time criticizing and instead of practicing, and then they end up being the ones that like fall behind. Yeah, like at a certain point, even if you're like really bad at like drawing something, you have to eventually like try it. You can't just stick to like one thing if you want to get like better at it. Yeah, hairstyles, I can see how those can be tricky. I mean, there's for one thing, there's just so many different kinds of like hairstyles you can do too, and I mean like you have to probably think about like how that hairstyle is going to affect the character's eyes and their face and like all that stuff. So that doesn't sound very easy to do. And like that's why a game like Mabinogi helps, because you can see so many different outfits and hairstyles. Like if you like play Mabinogi and watch anime, like you'll see a lot of really weird hairstyles and like outfits and stuff. And you know, try trying those, and I'm sure it'd get a lot easier. Yeah, learning new stuff like that can definitely be really stressful. But like, yeah, just take it slow, take it easy, and don't worry too much about it. Like, work hard, but like, know when to give yourself a rest too. Don't feel bad about it if it takes longer or shorter than like it's gonna be what it's gonna be. And like rushing it and like overworking yourself will only result in like stress, and then you'll just won't progress as fast, won't get as much work done. $72. Okay, so a few more times. 76, and then 80 will be 80 points after the next one. Like, I've always taken the lazy path of Mabinogi, I think. Like, I remember I used to have, like, someone that, like, knew... It was, like, a player that, like, knew one of my friends in Mabinogi, and she was always like, you should do this in Mabinogi, you should do that in Mabinogi, like, go do this, I can't believe you don't have this done yet. And I'm just like, well, I'm too lazy to do that right now, so I'm not going to. Like, I just never stressed about any of that stuff, and I just finished the story when I was ready to. And like went just fine. There were so many like things to learn in Mabinogi. I got tired of overthinking about it all the time. It was just like I can't go on playing Mabinogi like this, thinking about like all these things that that there are to do and that I have done and haven't done. Like, I'm just gonna do what I know, and I'll expand on the other things in Mabinogi when I'm ready. Yeah, as long as you make a little bit of progress, it's still a win. It doesn't matter if it's a little progress or a lot, it's still a win. Eventually, the information sticks to you, and that's all that matters. It doesn't really matter how long it takes, as long as you're getting somewhere. Yeah, I mean, like, in Mabinogi, surprisingly, gearing is, like, one of the things I have never stressed about, ever. Like, I haven't even really tried to get any endgame gear or anything like that in game. Like, all the gear that my main character has is just, like, gear that I've gotten from, like, just events or being really, really patient or just taking a really long time on. Like, gear doesn't really matter to me as much in Mabinogi. Mostly because it probably would matter more to me if I did more like rating stuff. But like, since I don't, it's not a big deal. Oh yeah, and enchants are tough to do. Be nice to see that enchant event again. There was like that event that we got twice where like there was an NPC that would like help us enchant things. That was kind of helpful. Like, that's when I got most of my gear enchanted, was like the first time that enchant event came around. I put like a lot of enchants on my gear using like that enchant helper in Dumbarton. And that's like when I got most of my stuff done for my main character. And then I probably did like one or two other pieces of gear the second time it came around too. No, I'm far too lazy to think about being number one. That's the only reason I can be so chill about it, is because like in Mabinogi, it's kind of a game where you can either take it seriously or you can just kind of like be all relaxed about it. It doesn't really matter which path you choose in this game. And like I've just been like a chill player like the entire time I've played the game, and like I've just been around. I've just seen like a lot of the story quests on my own time and been to a lot of the places. So I mean, like I know where stuff is in the game. I'm just not really like an end game player, and like I've never really cared about that. I just take it easy. I also rarely PvP anyone either in Mabby. Like I have like done some PvP matches, but like only against like really close friends that are like super competitive. In fact, I even had a few friends that were like the really competitive type of players that like got frustrated that I never wanted to PvP them, and that's why I finally agreed to duel them. They were like, "Duel me! I want to see how tough you are. Like, let's actually have a fight." And like, so we did, and like that was it. Like I had to be talked into a couple of PvP matches. And PvP is also kind of broken in game because there's so many skills and there's so many different, like there's such a large power gap between a lot of players that like PvP really isn't fair in this game. And then like they have like the community makes like all these ridiculous rules for PvP and stuff, and like all the ways they want to do it and everything, and like it's just like ugh. I just think, nah, I'm not gonna PvP unless it's with a really close friend and it's just a friendly match. Like, if it's that, then yeah, sure, I'll humor it, but like, it's not something I really prioritize. In fact, when my gear was still kind of trash, like when I didn't have very good gear, like one player was inspecting me one time and like they were just like kind of like insulting my gear and shit. So they were kind of being a toxic player, and it was actually kind of funny. They challenged me to a PvP match. They wanted to PvP me and like let me know how bad my gear was, and we had a PvP match and I kicked their ass. Like it was over like really fast, and I was barely even trying. So I mean, gear isn't always everything. I mean, I'm kind of surprised I won that match, but it was a little satisfying that this guy that like was giving me a hard time for the way I played the game ended up getting his ass kicked by my horrible gear that he mocked. So, you know, it just goes to show, don't judge a player's playstyle just because, you know, they don't have the exact gear that you would pick or the exact skills you would pick. Don't just assume that they're, you know, a bad player, you know, whatever. Surprisingly, I'm not even really that into spirit weapons either. Like, I remember when spirit weapons were, like, first introduced to the game. I remember when spirit weapons were, like, new. Like, way back in the old days. Like, I came in, like, I joined, like, when they were talking about that update. When, like, spirit weapons were new. They had, like, just gotten released when I joined. And, like, even then I wasn't very into them. And when they got the update, yeah, I've played through the thing. I've gotten my first spirit weapon before on other characters, but overall, like, I don't use spirit weapons. I never really have. Like, I have one or two spirit weapons. I use them some of the time, but not most of the time. Yeah, I hear they're really good. It's just like, I don't know what exactly it is about spirit weapons that turns me off to them. I'm not exactly sure why I can't get into it. It's just like, maybe it's like just, I don't know, maybe I just don't feel like I need it or something. I don't know. But like, I'm just not really attracted to the spirit weapon system for some reason. I've never really understood why. But yeah, I will probably get a spirit weapon with Xanafiedneko, just to like kind of do it, and like if any new players to Mabinogi happen to be watching me, then, you know, they can learn to do it, and maybe it makes it easier for them, and it's just something, you know, it's just more content, so what do I have to complain about? Oh, one thing spirit weapons are helpful for is getting a tier of the spirit. That's one thing. Because, like, when you do the Dark Knight quests with human to become a Dark Knight, you actually need to get, like, a teardrop of, like, the spirit from a spirit weapon. And, like, so that's one thing that motivated me to do some work on them in the past. Because I remember, like, the spirit weapon update, like just happened like a couple months ago on my main character, and then like I was like getting Dark Knight with her or something, and then like it's like, you need a teardrop of the spirit. And I'm like, oh crap! All my spirit weapons are like, I don't have a spirit weapon anymore. Like I destroyed it or something, and like I need to get another one. So I played through that like entire tutorial and got a new spirit weapon. And I did it just so I could get that teardrop and proceed. I do like the Dark Knight quests though, like becoming a Dark Knight. That quest line is a lot of fun. I've always been like a Dark Knight fan in this game. Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. I don't remember exactly what gen it was that required like a teardrop of the spirit. Maybe it was like, I feel like it was somewhere around gen 20 or later, somewhere in there maybe. Like, but yeah, definitely one of the more recent ones. Yeah, you can always buy things in the auction house, but like, I think like if you want to buy something from the auction house, that's just fine. But like, sometimes actually getting the item, you know, the way it's meant to be obtained, gives you a good perspective too. Like, I mean, that's how I even got into the new spirit weapon system to begin with, and like, I'm glad I did it. And plus, I saved a little gold too. And the really old, like, transformations could use, like, a massive improvement, too. Like, Paladin, Falcon, Beast, Dark Knight. I think those could all be improved dramatically. Like, Dark Knight is a good transformation, but here's the one thing that sucks about it. The Infra Black armor looks like crap. It's the worst looking Dark Knight armor in the game, and there's no way to change it. I think, like, to improve the transformation system, in terms of appearance, excuse me. One of the ways that the transformation system could be improved is like, let players go, like, if you've unlocked like a armor in your transformation, like, you know how when you rank it up you like get new looks for it. Let players go back and use any previous armor they've already unlocked without it like affecting the stats of the transformation. Like, if you could change the look of it, then we'd have a lot better choices. So I think it'd be cool if we could like use our previous forms on like transformations. I would love to use one of the Dark Knight's older armors. And like stage 1 of Falcon transformation is personally my favorite look for that. Like the very, like they look like those desert warrior ghosts. Those guys look, that transformation looks really badass. And then like improving the transformation stats, like one thing they could do is let us equip any first and second title we want with our transformations. That would be a good start. There are like a lot of titles that offer really good stats. Why are we locked to having like those titles when we're transformed? Like, let us equip what first and second title we want when we're a Dark Knight or a Paladin or a Beast or a Falcon. And then like maybe even add Dan ranks for the transformations. in fact... Yeah, and that's like the whole point, though, to get people to use them more, because, like, no one uses them anymore. Like... New players will obviously use them for their bonuses, and like Dark Knights are great for like training healing skills, because Dark Knights have like that bleed effect, so you can help your friends train healing with that. But overall, like, people just stopped using transformations at a certain point, and like we need to find a way to make them useful again. And I'm kind of hoping that they do something like that soon. I mean, they've redone, like, we've got that Chapter 1 update that, like, improved, like, Generations 1, 2, and 3. Like, why not improve the transformations connected to Gen 2? We do lose a lot of damage with the titles. So I think if we had, like, the ability to equip titles, and if we had the ability to, like, Dan rank them, we could improve the stats enough to the point where they would be useful again. And actually, I was poking around Emain Castle, and this is one thing they did improve here in Emain Castle, is the throne to Emain. I remember the design for this looked way crappier when I went here. So this is an improvement right here. The chairs look better. Because before the throne basically looked like it was just like made out of like cardboard. It was just like the backs of the chair and like this like cardboard looking thin seat. And like now they're actually full chairs, and I think that's funny. They actually like improved the throne. Emain Castle doesn't get enough love. Like, I would love to see them take out the entire Emain Castle and like redo it. Like, I'll open up the dressing room for a second. So here's another thing about Emain Castle. I'm opening the dressing room so I can move my camera everywhere. Like, look at all the flaws on this wall and the pillars, and there's not even a wall over here. There's not even a wall on this side. And you can see all the flaws under here. Like, this castle's a really gutted old piece of crap. If we're being completely honest. I mean, I get why it's this way. I mean, it's ancient. It's been around since, like, Gen 2. But, you know, it's... I think if they, like, took the castle and, like, ripped out the entire section the castle's in and, like, redo it with, like, better graphics and stuff and make it bigger, that would be that would be really cool to see. Like, let's go behind the castle here, and, come on. There we go. And, like, there's this door behind the castle, too, and... You know, there are all these doors and rooms they could add. Like, if they cut back some of these trees, remove this useless lake here, they could make the castle a little bit bigger. They could put a shadow mission altar out here, and they could put like shadow missions that take place in Emain and Emain Castle, and they could make it like as big as like Tara Castle, as big as like Wrath Royal Castle. I think that'd be so badass to like do that. Have like a royal banquet at like the Emain Castle once in a while. There's so many things they could do to improve like this old structure. Like, here's the truth about Emain Castle. You go in like 3 to 5 times for like Gen 2 and then you never look at it again. Like, once you're done with Gen 2, you don't care about Emain Castle anymore. I mean, like, you have no reason to go there. You talk to like the guard like outside of the castle, but like it's useless after that. And meanwhile, we have Wrath Royal Castle, which is relevant for almost every generation questline in the game, and like is still used to this day. And actually, Wrath Royal Castle's getting an extra room. Let's go to Tara. They're adding a room to the castle. Because, like, in the top floor, there are, like, those, like, 2 or 3 rooms that, like, you can't go into because they don't have anything there. They're gonna be adding one for the arcane talent. Because I saw it, like, on like, a Korean post on the Korean site. Let's go up here. So, second floor. I'm actually glad they're doing that, though, because, like, I've been kind of... I hate it when games do things like that, where, like, there's a room that you can't go into. Like, really? Why? Like, what's in there? Like, why leave this unused? Why design this store here if you're not going to put something interesting behind it? Yeah, we got these 2 unused rooms, and one of them will be for the new arcane talent. I'm assuming maybe this one, since it's right next to all the other ones. So yeah, that'll be cool. The arcane talent is supposed to be out this year, so it's probably going to be like an update sometime in December or late November or something. And there's one other thing I hate about Wrath Royal Castle, and I'll show it here. Actually, maybe I need to be up here to do it. There's one more thing I dislike about this castle. No, I need to go down there, okay. So the main thing I dislike about Wrath Royal Castle is an unnecessary barrier right over here. Like, we have this awesome staircase, and we have this gate that leads to the garden. I hate that this is here. I don't see the point to it. It's like, here's some stairs for you to go up, but then we're gonna put this gate in front of you and make you waste your time going all the way around it. I hate having this gate here. Like, just look at it mocking you. I've never seen this open at any time. I think there's like maybe like one like Shakespeare mission and like that story kind of line, like where the gate might be open like once, but that's like it. That's kind of annoying. I don't really see why it's like there other than to like just annoy people. But yeah, little things like that bother me all the time. But like, imagine if they redid E-Main Castle and it had like a big like, the big like lobby in the castle was like this big, and like we had like a second place to have like castle banquets. Like we have the banquets like on Saturdays in like at Wrath Royal Castle. Just make like the E-Main banquets at like 7 a.m. at like on Sundays at 7 p.m. That would be a way to do it. It would make sense for E-Main to do it on Sundays because like E-Main's like a religious town. And also guild halls suck. Like, the guild hall thing is like a feature that's like really bad. Like, the guild hall is almost useless. The only thing that's remotely useful in there is the teleportation dungeon zone. And even that's not very valuable. Man, it takes a long time to get any kind of update from Korea. Like, the NA can like post like things constantly in the forums. They really enjoy watching us struggle. Like, it takes years before we get any kind of real update. I mean, it took about 3 years just of like ranting in the forums just to get them to update the premium and VIP services. And people were talking about like potential commerce in Idia for like 3 to 5 years in the forums before they finally did anything about it and like actually did anything. So yeah, like, updates are slow. It takes a long time for these suggestions to actually get to them and for them to actually do anything. I mean, all Nexon Korea cares about is mostly selling gacha. They have like made an effort to improve their communication with the NA player base, like, over the years, but like ultimately they're only doing that because we're dying. Like, they know our community's small, and it just comes down to a choice. Like, would we rather shut down this branch of Mabinogi and make no money off it, or would we rather listen to them and save them and like actually give them a little bit so they can keep surviving? Like, the NA team tries hard. They listen to us. They'd be stupid not to. I mean, like, let's be completely honest. Mabinogi would not be alive today if the NA team completely ignored us. I don't think this game could survive if they did. But, like, it's getting it to the Korean team and getting them to listen that's difficult, because they're the ones that actually make these maps and make this content and then, like, publish it to us. So they're the ones we have to convince, and it took our NA servers nearly dying to get them to actually look at us and like actually make real change and improvements, which is definitely shocking. They've waited a very long time to open up communication with us. I'm gonna do this Festia quest. I need something to... I need to put Xanafiedneko to work on something. Let's go to Festia. Might as well get this out of here. Can't move while indoors. That's silly. Alright. We're outdoors now. We can move. So we need to talk to Tia. And once again, we're in another forgotten place in Mabinogi. Festia looks really nice, but like, does anyone ever really remember what it is? I mean, the only times we come here is for the Mabinogi anniversary or when we get some other event that involves Festia. Like, I think players come to Festia maybe once or twice a year? It's really a no-win situation. It's really a no-win situation in Mabinogi with the gacha system, because like it is a toxic system, and you know people don't have to play it, but you know you can get those things off the auction house, but they're always overpriced. Like gacha's a bad thing, but like honestly, this game would probably be dead without it. Like would they have enough money to keep the NA servers up without the gacha, without the few whales that we do have? I don't know if we would be able to keep it open. So like, Mabinogi has sort of become a thing where like, we both hate gacha, yet we're still dependent on it at the same time. I am glad they have added like things to the cash shop to like make money in other ways. Like we have those inventory expansion coupons, we have homestead expansion coupons, pet medals are sold in the cash shop like all the time now. So they've added a couple of things that, you know, aren't gacha, and you know, that's an improvement, but it's still a problem. I mean, the good thing about the auction house is you can even buy pets from the auction house. And like 13 years ago, I mean, like we had like just about every pet was a direct purchase from the cash shop, and now we have like pet gacha, and like pet gacha are not quite as bad as normal gachapon, but like every new pet is in pet gacha now. So even the pets have been put in gacha. I mean, I try and avoid the gacha system as much as I can, but like, if it's a really, really, really good pet gacha, I might consider playing it, and if it's a Halloween gacha, I'll probably play it. And then the only other time I might cave and play a gacha is if it's like a anime event gacha. Anime crossover events are awesome, and like it's very hard to say no to that gachapon. And I've been suggesting it a few times, so like the corgi pet, for example, what I want to see is I want to see like cat pets. I want to see a cat gachapon, pet gacha. I want to see like cat pets that are like the corgis. I want to see like so it'd be like a cat that you can like ride around eating like on a giant cat. I've been suggesting that like on and off for like once or twice over like the past 5 years. If they made cat pets like that you can like actually like ride around, then I would definitely play it. I would definitely play a gachapon like that, like a pet gacha like that. Unfortunately, like that would get me. I mean, like, yeah, dragons are awesome, but, like, so are cats. I mean, like, you think a cat is just a harmless little creature, but no, I mean, they're fierce little creatures, and, like, the ancient Egyptians, like, worshipped them. Like, they were a huge deal. I love cats. And, like, just from looking at Xanafiedneko, I mean, like, I love everything Neko. My main character has way more cat gear than Xanafiedneko does. Yeah, cats are great little troublemakers. Unfortunately, I have like 7 of them over here. I used to have like 5 cats like recently, and then like a month ago, like I ended up having to rescue 2 little kittens from my neighbor's house. And like unfortunately, because of like all the COVID and stuff, like we're kind of stuck with them for the time being. So yeah, now there are 7, 5 adult cats and 2 kittens. And like, so apparently they're staying for now. I might have a friend that's interested in taking them at some point, but she's in the process of trying to move out and stuff, so it may be a while. The other nice thing about cats is they basically take care of themselves. I mean, like, you just change their litter box once a day and make sure they have a little bit of food out and they're fine. I mean, like, if you have a dog, you always have to, like, take care of it, and then you want to go somewhere, then you gotta, like, ask someone to check in on it or something. I mean, like, but if you own a cat, like, and you want to go away for the weekend or whatever, you just make sure that it has, like, 4, like, clean litter boxes or something like that, and then you just, like, make sure there's tons of food out and water, and then you just, like, go, and then they're fine. Like, they're like, oh, you're back. But like a dog is completely dependent on a human. It doesn't, you know, it needs your help going out to use the bathroom. It's always worried about you. It's always attached to you. You can't get any peace and quiet with those things. Oh yeah, they're loud too. Yeah, dogs barking can be kind of a pain in the butt. When I lived like in a more like cramped area, like our neighbors would complain about our dogs like barking sometimes when we used to have them. And I get it, I mean, it's loud. And like whenever I like walk to a store like in my neighborhood or something, like there's always one house I go by, and like 90% of the time their dog is gonna bark at me. I'm like, oh, this house again. Well, I guess I'm gonna get barked at. I don't really mind it, but I mean it is still kind of annoying. I'm prepared for it. Oh yeah, that sucks. Like, I have a really sensitive like left ear, so like I don't like I always turn down the volume a bit if I think someone's gonna like get shot on like a TV show or something, because like a sudden like bang like that is kind of irritating, and I don't like go places to see fireworks because like the noise is like too irritating for my ear and like and stuff like that. So yeah, I get it. That kind of stuff really sucks. It's just kind of unpleasant. Oh yeah, like I hardly ever go to a movie theater because of that, because of like the noises there, like in like films. Like sometimes it's just like a quiet scene, and then like all of a sudden the volume goes from like a 10 to like a 100. So that's why I typically like avoid movie theaters. I mean, most of the time, like, and there's so many more options now too, like a lot of like online sites, like Disney movies, for example. Sometimes what the streaming service Disney Plus will do is like they'll release like the movie on their like streaming site like the same day the movie comes out to theaters, and you can just pay a little extra to like get access to that movie online at the same time it comes out in theaters. And that's really nice, because then I don't have to leave the house and I don't have to be in an unpleasant movie theater with like all these super loud sounds that I'm not prepared for. Plus, snacks at movie theaters cost a lot more than they do in other places. Yeah, it can kind of be tough, and like COVID hasn't made it any easier. Like it's kind of hard to do anything in person with people, and like most of the activities that you can do like in real life, like with someone else, are just like kind of annoying. Like seeing the person is nice, having like a face-to-face conversation is fun, but like there aren't too many like fun activities out there that are quiet and relaxing. Most activities are either boring or way too loud and irritating. Oh yeah, I don't like being around big crowds of people. I never have. Like, I would, when I was in high school, I would get headaches from being around too many people all day. Like, I hated being around, like, huge crowds of people for hours on end. Yeah, same here. I've never really been one for socializing. Like, I enjoy talking to a good friend that I haven't seen in a while, especially in person. You know, it's fun to hang out and, you know, and like do that kind of thing. Like, but like at a certain point, you also need to like be alone and recharge your batteries and like not socialize. And it's not so much as like, it's not the other person's fault, it's just that it's like everything else's fault. It's like just just like the environment just doesn't. It's not a convenient environment for you at like big parties or schools and stuff. Yeah, I've never been one for big parties either. Like, it's just super awkward. I'm like the quietest person in the room, just like, why am I here again? Like, okay. Yeah, it really is draining. But I mean, the internet really has improved a lot over the years. Like, I'm from the 90s, and like things really have improved for the better. So it's like a lot easier to keep like in touch with people online and stuff, and that's made it a lot easier for me to socialize and stuff with like other people and like stay in touch without like getting all worked up about like the outside environment and stuff like that. Yeah, like I maybe like, you know, went to one or two parties when I was like younger, and I never enjoyed them, and that's just why I don't do it. It's just too socially stressful. It is pretty convenient having friends online. And like there are some people that like I've only known online too. Like I have a friend in the Philippines, and like I've never met him in person before, and I've been friends with him for like 5 years. Longer than that, actually. And like we're best friends, and it works out just fine. I've met a lot of close friends in Mabinogi too. Like, I think I came back. Like, when did I come back to Mabinogi? What was it? 2010, 2011, something like that. And then, like, I met like someone in Mabinogi, and I'm still friends with her to this day. Yeah, like, when you're socializing with someone IRL, like, appearances are everything, like, and, like, online, it's just, like, less about, like, how, like, people meet online, and it's just, like, less about appearances and more about, like, talking and, like, getting to know, like, the actual person first. Like, when you talk with someone online, you're going to get to know, like, the actual person first, and then you're going to, like, learn everything else after, and, like, that's important. It's good not to judge people just based off like how they look, or a bad first impression just because they were super nervous or something. Yeah, exactly. Like, I only know your personality from like chat and stuff, and like that's what's important. There's no judgment here. Like, just two fans of the game chatting it out. That's what it is. And like there's none of this like superficial like judging going on or anything like that like there is in real life. And that's what's better about like online relationships or online friendships and things like that. Like, you get to know the person instead of like making assumptions about them. And like that's a big problem people have, like, IRL. You just, like, assume things about, like, someone else based off how they present themselves, how they look, and, like, humans just nitpick at every flaw they can find. But a big problem with a lot of MMOs today is, like, the social element is kind of going, like, I know people socialize a lot in Mabinogi and like FF14 and a few others, but, like, you play, like, a new online game, or even, like, some of the, even, like, in Mabinogi, people don't socialize quite as much as before unless you know someone. Like, people need a reason to start chatting with random people again in, like, MMOs. Yeah, judge the person, not the look, and, like, that's what like online things do. Like, you get to know the person. Yeah, it can be a little tough in Mabinogi because, like, you see all these different, like, social groups in Mabinogi, and, like, sometimes you think, like, oh god, what if this player's actually, like, a total, like, what if this player's, like, gonna be totally rude, and, like, what if they're, you know, like, what if they're too cool for me to talk to, you know, like, I'm a completely new player or completely out of their league or whatever, you know, this player's never gonna talk to me, and if they do, they're never gonna, you know, they're never gonna show me any proper respect or anything like that, and you know, like, there is a lot of fear like that when, like, approaching, like, certain groups in Mabinogi, but sometimes you just have to throw yourself out there and take the risks. Man, stalking is not okay, though. Don't stalk anyone in game, like, that's bad. No one likes a stalker. Well, I actually knew one person in Mabinogi that liked having a stalker, but she was a little weird. But, like, most people don't like stalkers. I just think it's kind of sad if someone has that kind of time to waste to begin with, though. Like, really, like, you know, there's so many better things, like, a bully could be doing. Like, really, they're gonna create 5, like, plus characters just to give one person a hard time? Do they really have nothing better to do with their life? Like, I think that's kind of sad. If there's some player that's really pissing me off, yeah, sure, maybe once in a while I'll retaliate, like, once, and, like, do something that'll really piss them off, and then I'll just drop it. Like, I won't give them any more than, like, 5 seconds of my time. Like, I'll, you know, like, get your revenge and get out. Making new discords too, wow. Like, it sounds like he really, like, the sad thing is, he probably has nothing better to do with his time. Like, it's kind of sad to hear that, like, someone like that is, like, that obsessed with, like, stalking you or your character. Like, I'm trying to imagine what they are, or what they're actually like in real life, and it honestly sounds pretty sad. It, like, looks pretty sad, like, they could be doing so many other things, making new friends in Mabby, or playing a different game, or, you know, anything else, and they're just choosing to waste their time stalking someone that doesn't even care they exist. Like people that like stalk to that extent, honestly, like, yeah, they are lonely and they need help. Like those are probably the kinds of people that like probably to some extent need like a certain level of like therapy. They probably need to go to like therapy and get like actual professional help to like fix whatever like social problems that they have. So I mean, I do hope that like players like that eventually move on and mature and like realize that there's actually more to life than just being like an angry, like stalking creep that no one likes, you know? It'd be nice if players like that could change and get better. And like back when I played Spiral Knights a lot, like I ran a guild. I was a guild leader in that game, and I had a lot of trouble with like one like particular like player in that guild that I had to kick out because he was just being obnoxious, harassing, and stalking like everyone. He was like always like harassing me and like one of the other guild officers and stuff. It was horrible. Like it was a pain in the butt. I was happy to get rid of him, and like I did, and like I think it's interesting because I came back to that game like 5 months later just to like check in, like after I quit the game for like other reasons. I came back like 5 months later, and like I actually had like a message from that guy, and it was actually an apology, and like he was just like saying like he's, you know, was sorry for being immature and the way he acted and everything. I never responded to it because, you know, of course it could be fake, and like I wasn't really playing the game anymore anyway. But like I think to myself, I thought to myself at the time, I wonder if this is actually genuine or if he's just trolling me again. And like, but regardless, I hope it's like the first thought. I hope that this player actually realized that he was just an immature kid that needed a little extra time to grow up and figured out his life. I really hope it's that, you know, because that would be great for that person if they could finally move on and be a better human being. Because I mean, like another thing to keep in mind is like not everyone that plays an MMO is like you know, like MMOs are like people of all ages. We have people that are like 10 years old playing Mabinogi, and like the age gap is probably between like 10-year-olds and 50-year-olds that play Mabinogi. And like the thing is there are going to be some immature players in MMOs because of this. Like obviously there are going to be stupid kids that like make mistakes and like lash out and like do weird things online just because they can and they want to see what kind of result they're going to get. And then like years later they grow up and then they go, oh my god, I can't believe I was that stupid, I'm so sorry. So, you know, like, I mean, it happens, and it's just like, you know, you never know. So I always try and hope for the best. Like, I try and see the best in other players and hope that they can actually, like, get better. But some of them do, some of them don't. Man, I hope Mabinogi is still around when I'm 50. I wish it would be. I think that's a little unrealistic for me. You know, like, that'd be a long time for the game to stay alive, but stranger things have happened. I never want to see this game die. Like, Like, if I ever read the posts about, like, Mabinogi, like, officially closing, I might legitimately cry. I might, like, actually cry about that. That's gonna be sad when that happens. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, I've actually, I've heard stories about, like, people that have, like, entered relationships in Mabinogi, and, like, they've actually, like, met and, like, became friends or, like, gotten married and stuff. Like, I think that's awesome. I mean, like, there are a lot of games out there, there are a lot of MMOs out there, but, like, it takes a really special game that has, like, a social system like that can really connect people. There's definitely something magical about Mabinogi that really helps people create friendships that pretty much last a lifetime. And that's one of the most attractive qualities about this game. I also think there's nothing wrong with someone that's like 50 or older trying an MMO or playing a game. Like, there's someone on Twitch that's like 68 or something and plays like World of Warcraft. Like, I think like a big problem some elderly have is like when they get like issues remembering stuff, they keep trying to do all these dangerous IRL things, and I've seen it with a few of my relatives even, and like the thing is, like, an MMO, a game, is a great escape. Like, if you're 70 and playing an MMO, that's great because, you know, you're doing something safe, you know, like, it's like, you have a whole other world to explore without risking getting hurt doing something stupid. Like, I think that's wonderful. So I think MMOs are a great option for like, older people, too. But, like, the problem is like, a lot of people that are older think that, like, games are only for children, or I'm too old to learn this, and, like, that's sort of, like, been a mentality that they've had, that most, like, people that are adults have for a long time, and that's slowly starting to change, and that's a good thing. Like, games are for everyone. There's literally a video game for everyone if you look hard enough. I guarantee if you talk to anyone, regardless of their age or gender or anything like that, and you give them a large enough library to look through of, like, video games and stuff, I'm pretty sure they'll be able to find at least one thing they enjoy. Like, one game they enjoy playing. And that they would be willing to learn how to play. You just have to find the game. But, like, I don't think, like, age should be something that stops you from, like, playing games. Don't let anyone tell you you're too old to play a video game, and don't let anyone tell you you're too old to learn. Yeah, and like, where are all those people, like, from like the 80s, the 90s that said video games are bad now? Like you know, like, they said gaming was bad, and like, yeah, here we are, and like, people are even managing to turn, like, video games into full-time careers, and like, people are using, like, online games to improve their social lives and things like that. And, like, there have been studies showing that, like, playing some video games does actually, like, improve yourself. Like, it makes you, like, it's good for your brain too, at least better than watching TV. I mean, I've learned a lot of stuff from video games over the years. Some are more educational than others, but I mean, like, you play enough video games, you'll eventually learn a lot of things that you wouldn't have learned if you didn't play them. Yeah, it's an outdated mindset, and it is dying slowly. Like, people from that time are like dying slowly. Like, most of those people are either dead or 10 or 20 years away from being dead. And like, people are starting to realize, there's some old people that are starting to realize, hey, video games aren't as bad as we thought they are. Maybe these young kids are onto something. And that's good. So, I mean, it's changing slowly. We're seeing the end of, like, one generation and, like, the beginning of a new one, basically. Oh yeah, it takes a lot of skill to be good at video games. Like, the level of practice and stuff, like, I mean, I'm basically from, like, the Game Boy Color days. Like, my parents never wanted me to have a Game Boy Color. I had to earn that money myself to get that and, like, play the Pokemon games and stuff and all that. And, like, once they got older, once I was, like, 20 years old, they started looking at video games, and they said, like, wow, you know what? We were wrong. Video games are actually not that bad. So, I mean, how things change, you know? Oh yeah, I remember the NES. I never really had an NES. I had a friend that had an NES, and like, and then, like, I had an SNES and a Sega Genesis, N64, things like that. In fact, my SNES still works. At least last time I checked. I can still play A Link to the Past on my SNES. And the Sega Genesis still works too. I play Columns on that all the time. And the old Sonic games. Yeah, good times. Like, but like back in those days when the Sega Genesis was new, I mean, those were the days where like I was like renting like the Sonic games from like Blockbuster and stuff, and like when Blockbuster was still a thing, and like all that stuff. But now everything's all digital. You can just buy, you know, I mean, you have like a Switch or any of the new Xbox or you know, PS5 or whatever. You can just download digital copies of games these days in like 10 seconds. Completely different from how it was when I was a kid. Yeah, the Switch is a pretty good console. I think the Switch is really good because, like, you can play how you want to compared to other consoles. Like you can play, like, there are a lot of people that love playing handheld in like handheld mode, like, and I get it, especially with something like as nostalgic as Pokemon. Like, Pokemon games were only handheld games for a really long time, and there might be a lot of people that want to continue playing them in handheld mode. But then again, if you also want to play them on the big screen, you have that option too, and that's really awesome. Oh yeah, I've heard of that Harry Potter game. That's actually one of the ones I like. I never played like the older Harry Potter games, but like I have seen like things about the new game. It does look interesting. Being a bad guy is like a lot of fun. Like, at like a certain point of like doing good things in games and always being like the good hero, sometimes it's just fun to like have fun messing stuff up and like just being a bad guy and like not having to worry about like any of that stuff. Like, just kill whoever you want, shoot a spell at whoever you want. Like, yeah, that can be a lot of fun. I'm getting tired of this festy music. I'm getting the heck out of here. I finished that quest up a while ago. Man, that festy music sure gets irritating after a while. That's another reason I don't spend a lot of time there. Alright, well, have fun on your walk. I'm actually gonna end my stream soon anyway. Xanafiedneko has been on for quite a while. This is probably a good point to end things. Let's see, is there anything else I want to do with Xanafiedneko real quick? Anything else I want to tidy up? Ooh, I need to sell that sand. Gotta get rid of that artifact I have, then I'll go ahead and get off. Eggle's fine, he has a shop. Yeah, let's sell all this, get some exploration XP. I don't need this, I don't need this. How many exploration levels I get? Okay, we're only at 12. Well, that's a little bit of extra AP. Alright, well, I think I'm going to end the stream here, and I will be doing more Mabinogi on Monday at 9 AM.